Hey everybody, and welcome back to my channel. Playing some more Star Citizen. I've got the Hull C, um, and it was really buggy before. They made some fixes to it. I've played it a little bit. I want to give it a try again. We're either gonna make some money or we're gonna fight some bugs. Let's see what happens. Now I want to. I think I have an idea here, and I want to test it out. So I accepted a mission earlier. Um, it had kind of an odd amount, just like right now. So I have originally it was uh, Terra to Pyro. No, I'm sorry, it was Terra to Magnus Gateway. Um, and it's kind of similar to um, the salvage missions, where sometimes when you accept a mission, it'll change. So now it's hydrogen to Pyro. Um, but the fact that it's 29 at the end, right? It's an odd number. Now, normally the cargo will be in 32 SCU crates. Um, so now let's find out. I got the feeling it's not going to go well. Let's give it a try. So last time I uh, it, it for some reason wants to load the small um like the small crates first, right? So it put it like there was a 1 SCU, a 2 SCU, a 4 SCU crate, and it put it all three of them on a different spindle. And then when it tried to load the larger crates, it didn't have it, like it was confused. Just didn't have a spindle to put it on, like it was blocking. Um, and I tried to move them, but in that span of time, like it was telling me that basically something about the parking. So I moved my ship out of the parking area. I don't know if I didn't get far enough away or what happened. Uh, I got repositioned. I didn't get impounded or anything, but I had to call the ship up again. I just got rid of the cargo, those three little pieces abandoned, and started a new mission. But let's see what happens here. Uh, will hail. It looks like I got one, maybe. Yep, there it is. Let's move on in there. Now your ship has to be pretty stationary, so what I try and do is I'll hit the Z key so that I'm not uh, bouncing around like that anymore, and try and just kind of get in here and let the ship come to a stop. Sometimes it takes a few seconds. Once you see the box disappearing, you know it's going to start loading. Okay, so there's a 2 SCU or an 8 in a 1 SCU box, and it's not looking good, folks. I've got the feeling it's not working again. Because it stopped loading. So let's look at the screen. Yeah. So as you can see here, it says commencing cargo transfer, but the bar's not moving anymore. So again, it's another bug, and I've got the feeling it's got to do with these smaller boxes being loaded. You can hear it kind of like chinging, right? Yeah, like it's trying. It's almost like the hail noise when you're hailing the ATC for parking. So now it's frozen. It's not gonna load it. right? So I'm stuck with these two boxes on here, and I can maneuver around if I want to, but it's just not going to load. So then if I back out, let's just back up till the box appears again, right? And you can see there's cargo out here in space, but other people have done the same thing I have, just dumped their stuff and tried to start over again. Now I'm going to get in here and let's see what it says. Transfer paused. Vehicle must be stationary within the loading area. Well, I'm stationary. But again, let's hit the Z button, get stationary. Now it says commencing again, but it's not loading anything. So I mean, do I attempt it? I can just hop out and like I don't know what's going on. I've tried to use the tractor beams. I can't even, like, there was a button that says to enter one of the remote turrets, and I couldn't get that to work either. So let's just hop out here. We'll do a little EVA action. Well, now it's lost the the grid's popped up again, and I don't know if that's because I got out of the seat or what. I'm trying to find a workaround here, but I've got the feeling it has something to do with the odd amounts again. Like every time I have these odd amounts like this, I have issues. And okay, connecting. There it is. That did it. Yep. Now it's loading the rest of the boxes. Hallelujah. Now the last time I did a workaround like this, I had issues delivering because, by default it loaded that one SCU box over here on this other spindle, and I moved it manually. When I got to unload, it wanted to think that that box was where it was default loaded. So it unloaded everything except for that one box. And I don't remember if I Alt F4 or how I worked that. Maybe I moved it from that spot back to the original spot to get it to take it. I don't remember honestly, but we'll see how it goes. Once it gets loaded up, the box will reappear, the parking box. Yeah. uh, Not making money because it's buggy. Yep. And I would say this, the Terra to Magnus trip is like twice as long, so it's not ideal, but it's better than nothing, I guess. When you're in the mood for some hauling. I see another Hull C over there behind me, just behind my thrusters. He's kind of spinning around. Looks like he's coming this way. Yep. Yep. He opened up his spindle. It started loading right away. He's got the big crates. Good for him. I got the feeling he just came out of a port, though. He might be doing a different, like instead of a hauling mission, he might be doing, oh, what do you call it? Um, Commodity trading. While I'm at it, let's hit the well, let's see how this goes. Right when I started, I took out off out of Everest Harbor, and that's another one of the bugs. Like if you use a docking port, um, it messes with the landing gear. Like if you dock at a docking port and then store the vehicle and then or store your ship and then call it from the hangar, um, the landing gear will be stuck down. So when you take off, you can't retract the landing gear. You have to. There's a couple of workarounds for that. You can um, start QT travel, which will retract them, but then they're stuck closed. Or you can fly far enough away and let your hangar close, and then request landing, but abort the landing. So instead of going back in, just fly far enough away that you um, basically cancel the landing, and then it will free up your landing gear. Um, so normally, uh, let's see, Lorville is one of the places where you can land in a hangar versus having to use a docking collar. Gray hair guaranteed, huh? Eh, it's an alpha game. It's okay. Uh, I expect it. It does get frustrating sometimes. Uh, the amount of time spent and then have it bug out on you for whatever reason. But um, again, that whole agreement, the understanding that you sign that it's an alpha when you play the game, um, every time you log in, basically, uh, it's fine. Yeah, and again, I expect bugs. Um, there's a lot of different gameplay that I've been involved in now since I've been playing. And again, there's a lot I haven't, so let's be fair on that. I'm mostly into the ship part of it. I've done a little bit of ground action, but mostly ship. I'm either doing hauling or like bounty contracts of some kind. Um, I've tried out the Onyx facilities. I still want to do a little bit more on that, but um, like I think they fixed some of the NPC spawn rates. I'm not sure because I didn't play it when it first came out, and people talked about the over spawning issues. I feel like there is some still out there, depending on where you're at, that have the over spawning issues. The NPCs just too many of them spawn. Um, Couple times it was basically I was playing that yesterday, and just the first time trying it out, and I had a couple of occasions on a certain mission where the NPCs literally would just spawn right on top of me, and I mean, there's not much you can do about that. You look and realize, like for example, I had about 7 NPCs spawn right in front of me. I had no place to hide. I was kind of out in the open. Uh, of course, there's a certain amount of delay or time I think that where they don't attack or don't see you or something like that because they were right on top of me and didn't start firing right away. But I knew it was only a matter of time. I started unloading on them, but unfortunately I died. And I wanted to go back, and I had already had the card or disc or whatever that I needed to retrieve, but it was in my backpack, right? So to finish the mission, I had to get that disc. So I had to go back to my dead body and try and loot it. Um, and I got there and I cleared the enemies. I clicked the button to loot my body, and 2 seconds later, as I'm trying to like get to the part where I'm taking the items out of my backpack, I saw an NPC between me and my dead body while I was in the looting screen, and of course I exited out to defend myself, and this time I was lucky there was only two. So I took down the two NPCs and continued to loot my body, but it's those kinds of things. It's like wow. Um, I don't think the problem's fixed, but I know they're working on it. They'll get it fixed. Um, Work in progress. All right, let's hail the cargo. Okay, here's another one of these bugs, and now it's blank. There's been no response. It's like in limbo, waiting. So I just hit the cancel, recall. There it is. Now, let's see what kind of luck we can have on this. Trying to unload. I'm trying to get as flat and level as possible. Centered. Alright, the ship has coasted to a stop. And I don't see the box disappearing. This particular space I don't like. I think I've been in this space before and had issues. This parking space. What does it say? Must be stationary. Okay. So now the randomness of the moving around and stuff to try and get this issue fixed.
Cargo transfer initiated.
Oh, even had the Audible transfer initiated. Now I've got the feeling this is going to go all the way down to that one box again, but we'll see. Maybe it'll get it. And it seems to unload much faster than it loads. Where is it at? There it is on the back. Top. Ah, got it. Nice. I like it. Back out far enough that it's not going to be. Yep, there we go. Service complete. Connection terminating. All right. Let's see what we have. Now this is the one that I chose before. Now see, it says Terra Gateway to Magnus 3015 SCU. And that number right there had me nervous because of the way it would have to break down. I accepted it, and then it turned into a Terra to Pyro. So, yeah, this is the one I abandoned. It was the same thing. Actually, it was food from Terra to Pyro, but at 7, again, it just didn't work. Um, Now, even the name of it changes, so let's find out. Bulk hauling, 711,000. 3015 hydrogen to Magnus. Let's accept it. Okay. Terra to Magnus, but now it's 4,211. The number changed. Anyway, let's see what happens on this one. The odd number. Now this one's 52.9 distance. I believe the Terra to Magnus is like ballpark somewhere around 120. 112, 120, I can't remember exactly, but it's double, basically. A little over double distance. This is one heck of a hauler. I mean, what's the capacity? 4,600 and something, I think. Um, could you imagine if you had to, like, most of the other ships you have to manually load, right? I mean, you don't have to, but I've heard there's issues with the auto load. You could just lose everything. So I have always manually loaded and unloaded my ships. But could you imagine loading, you know, 100 of these uh, 32 SCU crates onto the ship? It would take a minute or two. I think these automated, like the missions that you can do for the whole sea is honestly the way to go. Now, don't get me wrong, I haven't tried the others. I've seen some videos on people that do the um, commodity trading. Um, I mean, maybe it's worth it, but um, now you're talking about getting out of your ship and going into use a kiosk, right? Which, when you're empty and you want to load it up, that's no big deal. But when you want to unload, you have to leave your ship outside with it open like this. From what I've seen, people can just come along and take the cargo right off of the spindles. And, is it worth it? Like, eh. One of them was like a distilled spirits to pyro. Yeah, yeah. You know about that. At least with these missions, you don't have to get out of the ship. And it has its own issues, but you just plug into the. Oh, look, there's another Hull C. You just park, and it auto loads when everything goes well. It's a pretty decent loop, to be honest. I've had it work flawlessly for me. I say flawlessly, but for the most part, it's worked pretty well. I mean, I've done this run for hours at a time, and it works fine. But then when it doesn't, it doesn't. And I've run into them where there isn't really a workaround, like making a delivery, and then you get to your spot, and no matter what I've done, it's given me the your ship must be stationary warning, and then I've done my tricks that I've learned to try and get the ship to register as stationary. I mean, even cutting the engines and stuff, it just didn't work. So, at that point, it's well, I'd like to have two of these ships, one uh, for that very reason, where well, this one doesn't have a self destruct, so sometimes when you want to self destruct, you just got to go full speed into a rock, and that solves the problem. You just file a claim on the ship, and uh, seems to clear it. But No, I'm in the box and I'm facing the station, but I'm not exactly, which way's up and down on this. It's space, so I could get a little more square into the box. What's it telling me? Stationary. Alright, let's try this. Actually, I want to go the other way. Let's go. Yep, see, sometimes you gotta just leave it be for a few seconds. I got a 1 SCU, a 2 SCU, like what is that, 8 SCU, and now the 32s. Mm-hmm. Alright, well this one's working alright. Which I am a little bit surprised because it had the 3 different size smaller crates and they were loaded on 3 different spindles. I really thought it was just going to bug out. So we'll see. Charging. Charging, charging, charging. Yeah, that's not good. I don't know if he bounced off of. What did he bounce off of? Like. He definitely went for a little spin, didn't he? I think he bounced off the station. Alright, load it up. Yeah, 119, so it's pretty far away. Yeah, I'd say the Terra to Pyro is ideal. It's a shorter distance by a lot. But for some reason that one was bugged earlier. It might be okay now, but 38 minutes. This is including like loading time, travel time, unloading time. I've already picked up another one. Um, I mean, if I had to take a guess, if you could do the back and forth, um, maybe 3 or 4 an hour at like 700K per trip. So if you can make 3 or 4 deliveries in an hour, that ain't bad money. And what, 2.8 mil an hour? And that's, if you don't run into, if you don't have any major problems. Um, I'd say it's pretty close. And I saw someone said they have two of these as well. You can make money a little bit faster if you, play the insurance fraud game. I mean, and I think that would help with the bugs a little bit too. Like I said, if an extended play, if you're doing this loop over and over, eventually it's going to bug out to the point where the workarounds aren't working. And um, I saw him say that he basically he'll have one chip. Um, he'll make the delivery and then uh, will crash it on purpose, basically, and then respawn. Um, file the claim, right, and then take out the second one that's already ready and load that one up and take it. So I guess you could do it that way a little bit faster if you don't want to fly empty, deadhead back. I've tried using the other smaller amounts. Like, at least it's better to not deadhead, right? Any trucker knows if you can take a load back to from where you just dropped and back to where you're going to pick up again. That's the way to go. So I think I took I don't know if it was 150 or 250,000 mission back to Terra, and that one bugged out. Like, so I think when I took it, it wasn't to Pyro, or it wasn't to Terra. It ended up going to Magnus, and I was like, well, that's the opposite direction I wanted to go. So, I mean, in a perfect world where these missions worked and were accepted and were what they stated, it would be a little bit easier to make round trip money. But I just always try and bear in mind that it is an alpha game, right? Like, there's no justification in oh, the bugs. Yeah, I mean, it's an alpha game, right? And the things that they've done with this game compared to any other game, in my opinion, is just amazing. Like, um, the graphics are great. I enjoy it. The gameplay is great. There's really no loading screens now. You have the QT jumps, right? Which I guess kind of act as loading screens. It's transferring your information from one server to another. But still, I mean, it's way better than looking at a, a spinny loady screen thing, right? The the smoothness of going from, well, when you log in, say for example as it is right now, you log into your hangar, right? You call up your ship, you get in your ship, you request the hangar, you take off, you pick a mission maybe while you're waiting for your ship to come up. You get in your ship, you head about your way, you go to your mission. Just the pure smoothness of the gameplay is so enjoyable. And the handling of this thing, compared, like, empty compared to full. I mean, I've got what, 4,000 SCU on this thing. Yeah, definitely can tell the difference. It's a slow, lumbering whale, but definitely can make some money with it. You have to build up your reputation. Um, so if you use your Mobiglast right, if you go under reputation, when you're doing the cargo hauling, it's Covalex, right? So you want to keep an eye on this. And I think once you hit senior is when experienced is when you get the bigger missions. I bought a C2 cargo hauler once I hit experienced. I think I made 3 or 4 runs with that, and it unlocked the larger missions, the heavy hauler, which I'm doing now with the Hull C. But that's my recommendation there. If you can get a larger ship, like maybe start off with a raft, because the raft is really easy to load and unload. Get a raft and the ATLS, so you can just slap your boxes on and off. Um, and yeah, running in between like PlanetSide and the space station. Like if you can match up your missions, right? If you can haul two with the same, that's what I would do. But look for the missions to go back and forth between like um, what was this, Everest Harbor and Lorville, I think, something like that. Between the planet and the space station, just keep going back and forth. And yeah, it's a little bit of a grind, man, but it's worth it. I think I missed the station just a little bit. Yeah, I don't know what your mission selection looks like, man, but I would highly recommend the C2, because you can haul more that way. Now the raft, depending on the size of the missions you're getting, the raft is much easier to load and unload. Um, Especially if you have a crew, if you have somebody with you that can run like the ATLS, the Atlas, that thing um, is amazing. Like if you stand where you're facing the middle, say for example your ship on the right and the hangar on the left, the freight elevator, you can hit the Z button, right, and it will keep your ATLS from moving around. But you can look left and grab a box and look right and place it. That way you can see where you're going to put it and use the mouse wheel to scroll it farther away and drag it to you, like where you're going to set it, right? As far as where to go for the Covalex, it should be um, like it should say, like I don't know what you got right now. Small grade, supply grade. This is what you want to do, these small grade and supply grade runs, right? Because it'll say Covalex right here in blue at the bottom. I don't remember which one are the red line hauls. My reputation is low on that right now. I would like to get some of that done, but see, I'm still in rookie. The Covalex ones are the haul, small grade, supply grade, bulk grade. So like the supply grade will be more. Yeah, and again, that's based on reputation. So once you get your reputation up higher, um, I don't remember if it's junior or member where you'll start getting the next level. The supply grade ones. Now those are the ones where you can start stacking them, right? I mean, I don't know if you can stack the small grade ones or not. Like if you have them going to the same destination, but see it only shows 6, so I doubt it. But when you get to the supply grade, you'll find some of them that will say uh, Magnus Gateway to Everest Harbor, right? And it'll say like there's 88, right? I'll try and find the ones that I was doing. I want to say it was like 79. I think this was one of them right here. Port Trussler to Bikini Point. Nice. That's the way to do it, man. Yeah, I haven't been around Area 18 too much. I've been over there a couple times, but you might be right about that. Not too bad. I did have, like, when I first started, I had a bug. I had to abandon the mission. But other than that, it's been working well, yeah. I'm gonna go out the box just a little. Nah, I'd say for the smaller missions, no, because yeah, I had that earlier. That's why I don't like these odd number missions, right? If it's divisible by the 32, it's much easier. Um, I had the issue where it was like a 1 SCU box, a 4 SCU, an 8 SCU, and it put each one on a different spindle. And then when it wanted to load the 32s, it just froze. Like it didn't load anything more. And again, like where it loaded one, I've had that where, you know, if you can move that one box, like I just back out of the area, move the one box to a different spindle, and then it'll load it the rest of the way. I've had that a few times, but when it comes to like three boxes, I just throw them off and abandon and start a new mission. And yeah, with the smaller missions, I think it's more of a hassle than anything because of um, the smaller missions. You have to go into the. I mean, if you have a buddy with you, then it's not so bad. But I've seen where people while your ship, especially if you're loaded, while you go inside to use the kiosk, right? Uh, People can just rip the boxes off of your ship, man, because it's out in the open, right? Yeah, I did the same thing, man, with the um, taking the boxes off. Like I saw a video where the guy took it off. Like he flew out, right, and just took the one box off, flew back in, let it load the 32s, and then he went back and picked up the box. I've had some success with just backing out and basically moving it to a different spindle. So, and retrying that. But the thing is, when I mentioned it earlier, when I tried to unload, like it took all the 32s off, but then it freaked out when it got down to the last three boxes because I think it just didn't realize where it was at because where it got loaded by default. And here I'm dealing with this again, stationary. I'm stationary. Yeah, yeah, these are the heavy haul missions. There it goes. It's unloading now. Yeah, so the heavy haul, um, this is going to be uh, somewhere along the lines in experienced or senior once you hit senior. Um, these are the heavy haul, the bulk grade hauling missions. Um, because a lot of these, man, are thousands, right? Like the SCU haul I'm on right now is like 4,200 something, right? Um, yeah, 698 and 711,000. So these ones here, 698,000, right? Um, is 3,992 SCU. I couldn't imagine trying to load that by hand. I really wouldn't want to. It would take a hot minute to get that done. Yeah, and I mean, if these missions worked flawlessly, it would be great. Like you could make money pretty fast this way. But again, you saw there where you sometimes you have to move around to get it just right for it to register your ship's not moving. Um, takes a little bit more time than it should. Yes, that's very, very common. I get that a lot. Like the very first, well, second one after I abandoned the first mission, I took one that was supposed to go from Terra to Magnus, um, and after I accepted it, it was Terrace to Pyro or Terra to Pyro. So yeah, real common. And I don't know if you have done any of the salvaging missions or not. Like I have a reclaimer as well, and the same thing happens with those missions, right? So if you have a reclaimer contracts, if you switch this to unverified, and it's not showing right now, but okay. Same thing happens there. You'll accept a mission that says to uh, scrape a caterpillar, and then it turns out to be like a hammerhead or something. So it's not just in this the Hull C missions. And we'll test this out again. Thought I saw one. Let's see. Like this one, food, Terra to Pyro. How do you like the 890? I have a C2, but okay, so it's still Terra to Pyro, but did you notice the amount changed? Horrible time with the docking bugs. Wow. I've had the docking bugs problem with the whole C2. Like, what is it? Orison. It won't let me dock into a docking bay. I have to do the docking collar, and then when I call it back, uh, the landing gear gets stuck. Yeah, I've had a few times there where it just won't release me either, and nothing like getting impounded because you can't get off the dock. Hmm. No, I haven't. Um, I thought about it, but I've tried a few. I've seen some videos. It's kind of hit or miss on the profit margin, right? Like I used there's like a oh, okay. That's not bad. I saw another guy running distilled spirits to pyro. Yeah. I worried about that too. Like these default missions like this is guaranteed, right? It's gonna take it all. There's no risk involved. And like on those, don't you like the commodity trading, right? Like if your ship is full, don't you have to like get out and go inside the to use a kiosk to sell it, right? And then you have to come back out and go to the loading dock. Yeah, that makes me nervous, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm a solo player. I run by myself, so leaving my ship out like that, and if there's anybody around, they can snatch your stuff, man. I don't know. I'm a little nervous about that anyway. Have you ever been pirated like that? Not so much the interdiction, but just have somebody randomly start taking your stuff when you go inside. Ah, okay. like an interdiction, or did they just help themselves into your open door? Basically, you were entering or exiting the ship. Oh. Well, that's good. Speaking of well armed, I did some of the oh, what do they call those again? The new missions, the bunkers, um, ASD bunkers. I got through mission 5. I saw a video last night that showed the new LMG. There's a Volt LMG, man. It's pretty awesome. I want one, but again, I run solo, so um, yeah, I want one so bad, man. But I think some of the overspawning issues are still there with the NPCs, and it's a new section, and it looks like there's a lot of enemies in there. Yeah, I may have to wait until it comes out to where uh, it's easier to get, or just offer up some cash for somebody that's selling them. Nice. Yeah, I've been using the rifles I got from the hauler missions. Uh, oh, what is it? Let me look here. The resource drive. Man, you want to talk about a rough grind? That resource drive. I did that when it first came out, and I was a new player when that came out. I'd only been playing for a few days when that came out, and man, I was all excited. But then the the landing pads were overcrowded with people. The elevators were breaking down all the time. Uh, Man, what a grind that was! And here I am still playing. But let me tell you, it took me um, yeah, I'm not sure, man. How long it's gonna be? I thought they said it was gonna be done when they did the next update, but then I think because of all the problems, they extended it. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes away on the next update. Um, but like here, each one of them's got 10, 10, 10, 10, right? And when I was playing, like wanting to get these bigger ones, you can do with the raft. They were hard to get, man. Um, but yeah, I think it's slowed down quite a bit because every time I'm on, they mostly say 10 now. I think the mad rush is over with. Um, yeah, I'd start working on that one, man. If you want to get I heard the winning faction is going to have like a special black armor, something like that. I want to look, but I'm pretty sure Hurston's. Uh, yeah, Hurston's probably going to be the winner out of that, so I'd do that one first. Um, I mean, I would if I were you, man. It's hard to say, right? Yeah, no problem, man. I don't really know myself when it's gonna be over, but I wouldn't take the risk of waiting too long. I've been using the rifle um, that came with the reward for those, and I've got all four of the factions done now. Um, so I have each color. Uh, Hold on a second. It gives well, I'll show you. Give me a second. For sure, I still have it on me. Yeah, so I'm using the Crusader one, but it's a it gives you a pistol, a shotgun, and a rifle. I prefer the rifle, honestly, and it uses the parallax ammo. Yeah, and it's got the different skins for each faction, right? So Crusader's blue. And it also gives armor, right? So it'll give you the full set for each one. I want to say it's medium armor. I thought I was close on all kinds of. What's that? I mean, uh, I excuse me. I wouldn't run it in the Connie, man. I tried doing that. I have a Connie as well. Um, it's gonna be just shy. You can fit it. Like you'd have to do the trick where you can stack the four SU cases in the middle on the top when you close it. But I mean, speed factor wise, man, I'd rent the raft. You'll make enough money in a day that you can buy one. Um, the raft is definitely the way to go. The raft in an Atlas, it's just boom, 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 boom. It's so much faster. The amount of time you're gonna save money wise by using a raft is crazy. Let me get situated here and I'll check on that. I think it's 180 for those larger missions on the resource drive. I may have to try that. Are you talking about looking from the center of the space station, basically? Left side, like I'm on now? Yeah, I've noticed that too. I mean, when I dump my cargo, I try not to be in the parking areas. I go out a little way from the station. That way it's not in everybody's way. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me set destination, and I'm going to look at that. Let's just do Hurston because that's where we're in lead. I think it's this one, 101. No. Yeah. So you got 72, 36, and 72. That's 101,000. Um, and you can fit it all in a raft. You can fit it in the Connie, but again, it's a tight squeeze, and you'll have to use every last drop and then a little bit more. Um, Plus, with being a new player, I really didn't want to fight with it. You can if you want, but again, the Connie's got that more long, narrow uh, loading grid, right? And the raft is just open on the underneath, so it's so much easier to load and unload. Yeah, the off grid stuff sketchy, man. I think if you're not careful, it can explode your ship from bouncing around in there. No, I've seen in the chat the last few days, this week actually, this one, the 127K, where you go recover the ship. Now I was doing this one a little bit because of uh, well, the elevators being broken. That part I don't know, man. I haven't been to Everest yet today. Is that Hurston or Microtech? Yeah, Hurston. See, I try and avoid Hurston unless it's unless I need to buy a ship or something going into Lorville, right? That seems to be a busy place. Yeah.
Initiating ship storage procedure. For your safety, please vacate the area. Thank you for your cooperation.
Ship storage. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm usually a little more careful today because of the bugs that I've had to deal with already. I'm just trying to make some quick money. I may end up paying for it. As soon as I came out of, well, I was parked in Lorville. As soon as I took off from there, and I set my destination for, yeah, Terra. I mean, as soon as I QT'd, I got interdicted, which nobody said anything to me. I got stopped, right, but I was empty. I hadn't even opened the spindles yet, so I think they realized that I didn't have anything and I don't have any cargo. And at that point, well, I can just file a claim so you can have the ship if you want. That was maybe what, hour and a half ago, hour and 20. I don't know if they're still there or not, but yeah, and I got respect for the pirates that are doing it that way, right? There are the people out there just blow you up and don't care. Um, for those that are actually going through the hailing and hay and pay up or die basically, I'll probably pay. Yeah, yeah. There's so many different avenues that you could take, right? I mean, pick someplace else, QT for a couple GMs, and then change direction. You're gonna come in at an angle that they're not sitting at, so. Wow. Yeah, it's probably making decent money doing that. I mean, that's the most common haul, right? Terra to Pyro. Yeah, I mean it's a risk. I mean, if you're especially in a Hull C, if you've made it to the point where you're hauling in a Hull C, you already know the risks, right? I mean, can't go to Vegas and gamble and then lose your money and be mad at the casino, right? And that's my thing about the um man, why can I not remember the name of them? The ASD missions, the the bunkers. You know, yesterday I knew it was a risk. You know, there's bound to be PvP in there at some point, right? Like it's just a risk you're gonna have to take if you want to go in there and try and complete the missions and get gear and stuff. Which I don't think I ran into anybody. But again, I go into it knowing that I might get sniped. Yeah, I've heard about the contestant zones. I've never done it in the executive hangars. I watched a video on one yesterday, and it was interesting.
Cargo service request acknowledged. Stand by.
Well, again, you know the camping. There's a very good chance that somebody's camping, just waiting for you to come through there with those keys, and yeah, you're right. Fighting bugs. Yeah, that's true.
Adjusting vehicle configuration for cargo transfer.
Oh, looks like a Polaris over there. Yeah. Yeah, doctor, I had that. That was my first mission already this morning. It loaded 3 boxes and then just freaked out and wouldn't load the rest. And of course, this one I honestly deal with more than anything. The you need to be stationary. Like, come on.
Cargo transfer
There we go.
initiated.
Got it. Yeah, so that doesn't surprise me. I knew with the free fly and the Polaris being in there, there was just going to be tons of Polarises everywhere. Uh, uh, Solo you kind of can. It just depends on what you're trying to do. Is it advisable? Not so much. I mean, but it can be done. I haven't tried that speed limiter thing. Usually I use the Z key and I'll kind of move around and then hit it again so it doesn't move.
Cargo transfer complete.
Yeah, I feel like this Polaris is watching me now.
Service complete. Connection and cargo service request acknowledged.
Let's see. This morning I bought a fighter. I've heard lots of chatter about the Gladius. I bought a Gladius this morning. It was like 2 point something million, so I'm trying to earn that money back. Oh, that's the second one I bought. The other one I bought an Arrow last week. Ah, nice. Yeah, I saw a video on the the public test server. I guess they're buffing the ballistic weapons again. They went the wrong direction last time, so they're gonna buff them, and there's gonna be like, anyways, they're gonna get buffed in the next update. Yeah, 60% through the shields. That's pretty nice. I think the video I watched, the guy was using a Corsair. It had like 5 guns on it, man. Wow. Yeah, the wolf. I for sure thought of that instantly. I was like, man, people are going to be using that and chewing stuff up pretty quick, I'd say. Probably. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a Corsair. Yeah, I think it is. I don't have one, but I've watched a few videos on them. They look pretty gnarly. I just don't like the fact that you can't change out the weapons, right? Um, yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be the bee's knees for a little while. Well, I thought they were the Gatlings. I thought they were I forget what they call it, but they're like built into the ship. You can't change them. Bespoke, yeah, yeah, the wolf. Yeah, and I figured it'll be that way for a little while. There always seems to be a power creep, some in every game. So I'm sure that'll be the latest greatest ship until the next one comes along, right? I think this guy's trying to land to get fuel as well. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I've already thought about that too. Like, uh, I was thinking about the Taurus. I have one of those, and I've put the attritions on it. Is that something I should think about, like switching to Gatlings? Oh, good. There's another bug. I closed the spindles and yet they're still stuck open. I bet you I'm gonna bottom out on that. Yep. Is it gonna give me a landing or not? Nope. Rule of thumb: turn it off, turn it back on. Right? Did you make sure it was plugged in? Is it turned on? Did you turn it off and turn it back on? Nice. Ah, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I'm already excited about the next biggest hauler that they're gonna come out with. Funny to drool over the whole scene. I was like, oh man, I can't wait. I spent a whole day grinding just so I could get it unlocked, and I was so tired by the end of the day. I didn't even have a chance to run a mission. I just went to bed and was like, I'll run one tomorrow. Um, and now here I am already like, oh, I can't wait till the next big one, man. Let's bring it on. Yep. Yeah, and especially the resource drive when I was doing that, I was hauling with the raft and using the Atlas and dealing with that kind of bugs, right? Sometimes you'd get into the Atlas and the Atlas just wouldn't work, or it would grab a few boxes and then there would be that invisible wall between the elevator and the ship where you couldn't grab anything. Um, and then I got uh, the C2. Once I could start getting the bigger missions, I got a C2, and then the Atlas, just because the ship sits so high, right? Um, Trying to get stuff out of the freight elevator in and out of the ship, like the inclines, sometimes the boxes would get stuck on the outside of the ship instead of coming up the ramp. Had I'd park the nose kind of at an angle so you can get real close to the elevator. I should have. I didn't realize I only did like, I don't know, three or four hauls with the C2 before it unlocked into the big missions. I was like, man, if I'd have known, I'd have just saved my money. Because I mean, now I don't even use the C2. It's just collecting dust in my hangar, right? So diamonds. Oh, that's more the commodities trading, right? Or are you talking about like mining? Yeah. Okay. I think the first time I tried, um, I'm trying to think. Give me a second here. I'll look it up. Right after I bought my Vulture, I was looking for a place to sell the RMC SC Trade Tools. I used SC Trade Tools to look up like what the prices would be and where I could sell and all that. Um, yeah, buying and selling. Yeah, the C2 is a good ship. Like as far as cargo capacity, like Again, if you want to risk the off-grid stuff, you can fit a little bit more in it, but um, depends on your preference. Yeah, no, I didn't have. Speaking of SC Trade Tools, uh, that's where I was going with that. I bought a Vulture and I had a full load. I had like 39 SCU I was wanting to drop off, and it was my first run. I didn't know where to take it to sell it, and it was some. It was on a planet somewhere. It was some. I don't know what kind of facility it was, but either I misread it or misunderstood. But I thought I was gonna make like 500,000 off of it, 500,000, and I got there and like I had to unload into an elevator and I sent it down and then I had to go to the little kiosk in the building, right? And when I selected to sell all, it was like 11,000. I was like, what? Either it was human error on my part or it just hadn't been updated, or maybe it was overloaded already from other people flooding it. I'm not sure. But I was very disappointed in that. I was like, I'm not doing that again. I ended up taking it to my next load. I took to Orison, sold it there. Huh? Maybe again that was my first attempt at it. Who knows? Maybe my stuff is still sitting in the elevator storage at that spot. But yeah, I was definitely disappointed. I was like that RMC is supposed to be worth way more than that, right? I didn't realize that was even a thing until I got a reclaimer. I was hauling with that um, RMC, and I took it to Orison. But what I did was I was breaking ships apart as well, right? So I would scrape it and then break the ship and get the construction materials. And when I was trying to sell the construction material, I had a ton of construction materials. And when I tried to sell it, I realized, why is it only saying like 10 SCU? I've got like 500 I'm trying to sell. And it's just because it was maxed out already. So it took me like probably a week of going every day trying to sell the construction materials to get rid of it all. Well, I don't know if that matters or not. Maybe I should back out of here and open that first. Oh, yeah. I mean, I may have to try that sometime, but as for right now, I shy away from that because I don't want to take the risk of getting stuck with a bunch of stuff that I can't get rid of. There's a learning curve to about any of the loops in the game, man. Like, I tried my hand at mining as well. Oh man, yeah, I've had the occasional, well, getting QT'd into a planet. It's funny how that works because you'll go into the planet and you'll think, oh, well, that wasn't supposed to happen. and then you think you're going to come out the other side, and poof, you're dead. Hmm. I don't think I've ever had that happen. I mean, I have had a. I tried a mixed load once. You know, stacking the the missions. Yeah, it's not a good idea. I picked up a mission from the destination I was going to, and I picked up a mission from where I was leaving, and it loaded everything on. But when I got to my destination, it started loading the cargo from my next mission rather than unloading the mission I had. Oh, that sucks. You think maybe it's just um, cargo that somebody's left inside the parking space? Basically, it's close to your ship, so it gets snapped to it. Huh. As I sit amongst a bunch of boxes. Well, hopefully I won't get any of them. Nah. Bugs will be bugs, man. Wow. I bet. I've had the Atlas. Um, I'm sure it's still buggy. Um, it's hard to get it to snap to the grid on the raft. You can carry it, um, and the way it's supposed to, it hangs upside down towards the back near the tractor beam. Getting it off of there is even more tricky. You got to kind of stand back by the elevator of the raft and use your max lift to bring it down. Um, but I've had it clip when I was trying to hang it up there. It clipped inside uh, the raft, and man, it was there for most of the day, just making all kinds of noise, kind of like the the boxes make when they're off grid. Right? I was like, oh my god, this is annoying. I know there's other ways around. I could have just exploded the ship and claimed it, but I was doing the resource drive and I was really grinding hard to try and get that done. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I decided to do some Hull C running today. I spent most of the day yesterday in Onyx facilities. Got my blood flowing, pumping, and I got a few things. I didn't get anything really worth selling. I don't think. I think I only got one piece that was ASD, but um, I don't even think it was ASD. It was a chest piece, and I forget the name of it. But um, I was like, yeah, time for something a little more relaxing. I thought about trying to get that. Uh, yeah, it's crazy stupid right now. Well, it's supply and demand. Everybody wants it, and it it's not exactly easy for everybody to get. So um, I want the Volt SMG, right, or the LMG, the Volt LMG. Uh, yeah, for a core. Yeah, I've seen the full sets going for like 40 million. Yeah, and it's the I didn't get it at first. They said it was light armor. I somewhat understand it now. It's the PvPers want that stealthiness, right? That's what the main attraction is for that stuff. Is you can sneak up on people. You won't be detected on radar. Um, yeah, I think it was. Oh, please God, tell me that's not my cargo. Somebody didn't want their stuff. Well, the ASD armor I think comes in different colors. Um, it isn't so much about the color. I don't think it's the stealth factor that people are after. And from my understanding, it's not even a thing yet in the game. But once it's implemented, uh, that'll be the armor to have if you want in the PvP because you can sneak up on people. They won't see you or hear you coming. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, me, I'm not much into PvP. Uh, Not that I don't like the combat. I mean, I do, but I'm gonna overshoot this. Whoops. I'm more the PvE player, to be honest. Nice.
Cargo service request acknowledged. Cargo service request acknowledged. Stand cargo deck assigned.
Yeah.
Adjusting vehicle configuration. Cargo.
Yeah, I noticed that too. The AI voices. It's kind of hit or miss. Yeah.
Cargo transfer complete.
I'm not sure the name of it. I think it's yeah, depending on what I'm doing, man, I try and find a low pop server if I can. And again, being PvE player for the most part, I don't pay too much attention to the ping. It's probably high ping. I'm either gonna be uh, Asia or Australia. Actually, I think I'm on a EU server right now. Now that you mention it. See, like that's probably the shorter distance, but I prefer not Everest Harbor. Yeah, ugh, I don't like that. The old nine. I mean, my experience from the whole sea, I've just never had much luck at Everest Harbor. I don't know if it's just me or it's always busy there. Yeah, that'd be nice. 32 SU containers only. Oh man, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, even that the gateway seems a bit uh buggy sometimes. I know I was a couple weeks ago I was in Pyro. Um I think I was working on my headhunter's reputation and I was trying to come back and the gateway like wasn't there. I was like, what's going on with this? Like, I could see uh, the light poles and stuff, right? That the lights were on, but none of the lights were lit. The hole wasn't there. Like, I tried driving up on it, and there was just nothing. I was like, well, that's weird. I did the Alt F4 a couple times, and just couldn't get it to work. I think I had to fully log out of the game. In Pyro? No, I don't think so. I don't believe I did. I do most of that stuff in um, Orison when I do stuff like that or whatever. I mean, I'm never in Pyro. Let's put it that way. I'm usually never in Pyro when I do ship components. Yeah, yeah, I already knew about that. So no, it wasn't that. Yeah, yeah, it was just an SC moment. I guess from the last patch, Pyro's been pretty buggy. Oh, oh, yeah, something else I'll ask on the subject of anyway. So I've only experienced one update. I started playing in the 4.0, right? And now it's 4.3. I'd heard people talk about taking all their stuff off, their upgrades, and putting it into storage so they wouldn't lose it in the update. And I was, of course, on a mission. I was out in space. I don't know if I was using my reclaimer or Halsey or what, but it took me a while to get back to port and start taking everything off. I lost a bunch of stuff. I didn't know if there's any experience that you can give me on does it really matter? Like at some point, do you just have to pray that you don't lose stuff? Because I heard it puts it back to default, right? Your ships will get all the default weapons and stuff. I mean, I think, and again, I'm just speculating, but I think if you know the patch is getting ready to come, preemptively just get it ready and then I guess not play or play something default, right? Until the patch is done. I think what happened to me was they had already started the backup save process by the time I was unloading my stuff and putting it into storage, and I think that's why it didn't survive. I had to get new um, level 5 attritions. I there was a whole bunch of stuff I lost. Yeah, see, I think that's what I might try next time. I'm just going to leave it all alone and pray that in the process of backing up before they do the update, it's just going to strip all the stuff off that I have and put it in storage. I mean, I lost armor and everything, man, so I felt like I was starting all over again. I lost weapons, I lost all kinds of stuff. Man, there's stuff everywhere in here. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I get it. It'll be like starting all over again. But I mean, from what I've heard, they say they don't want to do wipes anymore again unless they really have to, which makes me wonder, like when they actually release the game, is it going to be a wipe? I got the feeling it will be, and it'll just make everybody start from scratch, except for your pledge stuff. Yeah, I've heard a lot about the Cuddy Black as well. I don't have one yet. I was thinking about getting one, but um, I'm not sure what advantages it would have over some of the ships I have already. I mean, what's the capacity and stuff? What's in your opinion? What would be the biggest advantage of having one? I mean, it's kind of a multi-role ship, right? Kind of like the Connie. Toyota. Okay. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Okay. I guess I missed out on the glory days of the Connie because I guess was it 4.0 where they nerfed the like turn rate and stuff on it. It's all I know. It's been a decent ship for me, so I can't complain. But I heard it used to be better, faster turn rate and stuff. Oh, I was asking about the Connie. Uh, because I heard it used to have a faster turn rate. Like I started playing it in 4.0 and I heard it got nerfed. But it's all I know. Like I didn't know what it was like before, and I enjoy it.
Initiating ship storage procedure. For your safety, please vacate the area. Thank you for your cooperation.
Ah, okay. Yeah, and I don't know though, the missiles, they're expensive, man. Oof. I mean, those are going to be like desperate times, desperate measures type uh, situation for me. Yeah. And now that I'm doing this, I sure wish. That's why I'm putting this stuff back in my inventory. You see, I got uh, 6 empty bottles now. I don't want to just throw them down on my ship. Like, I wish there was a trash can or some kind of a. I could just throw it out in space too, right? But wish there was some way to dispose of them. I've seen trash cans on spaceports and stuff like that, but um, maybe someday. The co-pilot dashboard. Here you go. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Eventually, I'll have to claim the ship anyways, and then it'll be gone, right? That's one way to get rid of it. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen I think a lot of them don't work. Decoration placeholders for now. Honestly, I haven't even been all the way through the ship for the most part. I went to the back for what was I trying to do? Oh, the tractor beam. I had that glitch this morning with the three containers, and I was trying to use the tractor beam, which I know you go out of the cockpit and the ladder on the left, you go up, and then the engineering station right there, you just hop into the seat, and you're supposed to be able to enter one of the remote turrets, and you can select from it, but I couldn't find the switch. Drove me nuts. I don't know if that's glitched out as well or what, but I went to the back just to see if I could find something back there, and I only went up to level one, and I was like, ah, I'm wasting too much time. I'm supposed to be making money. Yeah, fair enough. So it's not just me. Huh, I didn't try that. Yeah, I might give it a go just to see. Collision alert from what? Okay. Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about that, man. I don't know if it's going to be the next update or not, but definitely going to be interesting. Coming in hot. Yeah, I that's something I looked into too. Um, Doing some of the like bounty missions when I first started and getting soft death. I looked into like Google search of can I repair the ship if I have a fuse or whatever, and that's not in the gameplay yet, but I would imagine that will become a thing. Like it would just make sense, right? So you don't have to backspace and kill yourself, and you know. And speaking of, I was out in my reclaimer earlier as well, and I was doing some missions, uh, basically killing time, trying to make a little bit of money. I came across an abandoned Polaris. If you scan it and it says the owner's uh, game rules, then it's been abandoned. And I thought, oh well, I'm in the neighborhood. I already have a mission over here. It'd be nice to scrape a Polaris. Like I wondered how much RMC I would get out of that. Um, but the thing was, I know on smaller ships you come across something like that. You can shoot the cargo door and it will open, right? But we're talking about a Polaris here, and it had its shields up. So I was like, I don't know if that works on a Polaris or not. Um, and I didn't have a ballistic weapon. I just had the parallax rifle, right? So I was trying that. I EVA'd and I got real close, so I was trying to avoid the shields. I don't think I don't think it was working, so I got back in in my reclaimer, and the reclaimer does have small weapons. I got really close, but it was still shooting the shields. I took the shields down and was shooting the cargo door, and like you could see the hull flashing red where it was getting shot. Man, let me tell you, the reclaimer guns are nothing against the Polaris, even it being empty and nobody shooting back or anything. Like I had the shields down on one side and was shooting, and it just didn't seem like it was phasing it at all. So I was trying to figure out how can I get into this thing. I never did figure it out. I had to leave it. Yeah, I mean, even if I could just get one spot, right? Like I was just trying to get the cargo door open, so and I don't think that works on a Polaris. Or maybe it does, you just have to have stronger weapons. I'm not sure, but I couldn't get it figured out. I tried to even open the EVA door, like the little handle would actuate, but the door didn't open, and I think it's because it was shielded. So yeah, well, it was the door, the EVA door next to the cargo ramp that I was trying to open. Maybe that was it. I'm not sure, but yeah, maybe. Hmm.
Cargo transfer initiated.
There we go. Oh, yeah, I've done a couple of the oopsie where where I've, you know, drank something sustenance wise and then forgot to put my helmet back on and get my ship, go flying around, and then EVA. And by the time I realize, oh, I don't have my helmet on, in cap. I've looked at my wife and went, well, that was dumb. She'll just look at me like, what? Well, when you walk out into space without a helmet on, you die very quickly. Yeah,
Complete. Connection.
yeah, that was one of my first major bugs that I encountered was um I have a Avenger Titan. That was the first ship I bought, and yeah, I was QTing somewhere, and I realized I didn't have my helmet on, or no, I needed to sustenance, and I was like, oh well, I can just get up out of my seat while I'm QTing and get something to drink, and then get back into my seat, and I got out of my seat, and I think I hit I for inventory, and as my character was like grabbing the bottle, he like tripped and fell and was like underneath the pilot's seat, and like I couldn't get up. Like I was just stuck there, and my character was like twitching, and I was like, "Oh my god, baby's having a seizure!" And yeah, I was like, "He's stuck under the chair. What am I supposed to do?" Yeah, my first backspace moment because there was nothing like I nothing I could do. I tried all kinds of things, jumping. Of course, back then I didn't know about the Alt F4, so if I'd have tried that, maybe I'm not sure if that would have even cleared it, but yeah. Mm. Oh wow. Whoa. That's about game breaking bug there. Dang. You have to what? I mean, did you lose anything doing an account reset? Was that just like a character reset basically? Like I haven't ever put in a ticket, so I'm not even sure how all that works. I hope I don't run into anything super serious like that. Oh, man. Yeah, it's funny that, of course, let's see, when I first started, I picked New Babbage. I think it was, I want to say probably a lot of people picked that. I'm not sure unless they know ahead of time. But once I learned, right, after this last patch, I picked Orison. I'd been to Orison. I kind of liked the. Um, yeah, nice. I haven't done the 18 yet or Pyro, but um, I like Orison. I like the scenery, the looks of it. Right, it's a pretty cool place. And I found it also has the shop where I can buy. I like the Lux Dark, the purple one. Uh, I think they did something in this last patch to nerf it a little bit. It used to be pretty even on the rehydration, liquid, and food at the same time compared to most anyway. But I think now it's more food and less liquid, which is fine. I mean, again, I buy them. like after the patch, I lost all that stuff that I had. I had actually taken and distributed a bunch of them to different, excuse me, different ports and space stations and stuff that I frequented, and just because that way I would have some everywhere I went, and wouldn't have to go to like New Babbage to buy more. Cruise, yeah, yeah. I kind of shied away from delivering it everywhere this time, just because the next patch it'll all get wiped again. But I bought like, well, and again I'm around Orison a lot, so I just have it there. But I bought like 500 of them. So I'll take 10 or 20 at a time. This time I took seven because I figure I'm gonna be flying around most of the time. But um, yeah, that's right. I don't want to say a lifetime supply, but it'll get me through till the next patch. I bet I won't have to buy anymore. Yeah, allegedly. We'll see. And this last patch was my first experience in it, and so it's kind of interesting that they said, oh, there was a slight warning that went out, like an hour or something like that, that the patch was going to go live. And then, uh, well, then the next day, it's like, I had to work, so it's like, no big deal. And then I got home, it was like, oh, well, maybe tomorrow. They had so many bugs that it didn't take, and they had to. I said, well, I'm not even going to play because I don't want to waste my time of earning money that might get wiped out anyway. I wasn't sure how all that was going to work, so I was just playing it cautious. I wouldn't be surprised the same thing happens again. Yeah. So I've heard. I just bought this one since the new patch. I didn't buy one last patch because it just all I saw in chat was problems, just plagued the whole sea being uh, almost unusable. What so far today? Give me a second. Yeah, I'm surprised I've made it this far. Oh, it's cargo collision alert. Other people's trash in the way. Oof. Yeah. Well, it's a mixed bag of stuff too. Yellow ones, red ones. Uh-oh. Yeah. Looks like I might have run into trouble. I think I got one box, one SCU on there, on the top. Hmm. No, I don't think so. Well, so now I'm gonna do the whole, let me turn this thing around so I can see. Ah, yeah. So there's two boxes. Well, let's go with this. Let me get far enough away that it's just gonna cancel. Or at least not impound me. Well, I guess I'll do that experiment for you then. I'll just hop over here in the co-pilot seat and see if I can access the tractor beam without getting out. That's the remote turret. Uh, it ain't looking promising. I don't want to shoot myself. Time to go old school. Helmet check. Ah, okay. Oh. It's just the two different remote turrets. Yeah. Not that it matters, but we'll just try that. I know, right? Well, maybe I'll make it back into my parking space. We'll see. Well, not doing that, I won't. Whoops. Well, I'm gonna miss it completely, I think, now. Hmm. Obstruction. Okay. I don't want to just take it off and then leave it sitting out here. Not that it matters, it won't, but as long as I can find it again. It worked for me earlier, so I'm going to try and move it back to the other spindle. Move both of them. Maybe that'll work. Easy. I might even be getting low on time by now. I think it was like 10 minutes you have to get situated. Running over somebody else's stuff. Obstruction. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to turn into that. Yeah, that's true. Whoops. Too far. Well, and the thing is, I'm pretty sure I can take them off and leave them here and come back for them. But again, the amount of time spent trying to work around the bug, I think it's just better to, like you say, QT away, dump the boxes, and come back for a new mission, right? Just abandon mission and start over. Save time that way. Oh, just barely blocked. Yeah, yeah, I've had that same issue too, man. So yeah. I'd have to say out of the all the gameplay loops that I've played so far, probably the least buggy, if you want to put it that way, would be the salvaging. Um, the missions might change as you accept them, but um, like scraping, I've never really had any issues with that. Bye bye, buggy mission. Let's try that again. Oh, they reset. Please tell me this one is. Ah, I was hoping the 7-Eleven was going to be to Pyro. Again, I think there's there's more than meets the eye there. You have to know what you're doing. Like they have maps, I've seen them that you can find online for like the coordinates to where you can find the high dollar stuff. Like I tried it a little bit. Yeah. Oh, this? Yeah. Oh, let's find out. No, Magnus. That's okay though. It's fine. Yeah, you're right. It's worth a try. You never know. Why not use the bugs to your advantage if you can? Yeah, I went out in a mall. I have a mall. I tried it for so the thing is, um, it's a little bit time consuming with the whole. So you have to look for it, right? it doesn't matter if you're doing planet side or like in an asteroid belt, right? That's what I did. Um, yeah, I did uh, the asteroid mining, the searching for asteroids, and I found some gold, and I tried to concentrate on where the gold is. Apparently, that's not the biggest dollar resource that you can find, but um, I pretty much was taking anything that I could. Now, I tried to bypass stuff that was like iron. I don't know if I got any quantanium. I heard that's the way to go. Um, I had gold and some other stuff. Um, I basically took a full load to the refinery. Um, and when I set it to refine, now again, I'm not in a big hurry. I would rather maximize the profit off of it, right? So when I set it to refine, I chose whatever method uh, produced the most return, and it took like 25 hours. And of course, the next day I forgot about it. So it was actually 2 days later. Yeah, yeah. Um, and again, I didn't write down all the resources I had. It probably wasn't the best, but 25 hours later, I went back and picked the stuff up. Um, where did I take it? I took it somewhere nearby to sell it, and I made like less than 500,000. I was like, I don't know, man. The amount of time spent for what I earned off of it wasn't worth it. And again, I could be doing it wrong. Yeah, if you get the right stuff, I'm sure it's worth it, man. And if you stay on that loop, right? I could have went back and set another one. Like I think I was mining for to fill it up. I don't even think it took an hour for me to fill up the mall. Yeah, so that wouldn't be too bad, to be honest with you. That's probably the way to go. But again, it's the amount of time it takes to find it, and then you have to mine it. And I found also with the, I'm not trying to discourage you, man. To each their own. Try it and let me know what you think. Um, Maybe I was just doing it wrong. But you have to set up the ship too, right? You have to have um, they have different mining heads and different uh, accessory components that you can put onto the mining head for um, different results, like basically the power meter. Um, you have to keep it in the green zone until the rock breaks. Like if you go into the red zone, yeah, yeah. I tried, man. It may be worth it. It was a little time consuming for me to try and learn all that, and uh, in some cases like this, I'm more of the oh, okay, yeah. I've been there once. I couldn't figure out how to get the mining done though. The hand mining, I just couldn't find the rocks. I know they're supposed to like highlight, they glow or whatever, right? Like I only found one. What I ended up doing was going down past level 7 or 8 or whatever and just killing NPCs and taking their stuff. Wow, 5. I had a 3, which again, I was still learning when I did that. I got a crime stat 3, and then I tried to fly to a. Yeah, yeah. Well, then I also found there was like crates or whatever down there that had like um contraband, so you can turn that stuff in too. So I think I was had a 4 hour sentence or something like that. Ended up being like an hour. Oh wow. Now, see, what's the difference? Because this one's got a 1 SCU and an 8 SCU or 2 SCU box, and it's still loading fine. It's just weird. I haven't found any rhyme or reason for these glitches, but anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's funny after I did that, well, like 1 hour's worth of mining or killing NPCs and taking their stuff to get out of Kletcher, I told my wife, I was like, yeah, I don't want to go down there again. I'm good. Yeah. Well, the randomness in which it loads, I don't understand why it wouldn't just like load one fully and then load another one fully. Like it just seems so random the way it stacks it. And I get it, maybe it's for balance, but still, I mean, if you know how much cargo is going to go on there, you can load fully one spline and then move to the next, right? Just do them opposite of each other. Yeah, see, well, that's that's the thing I didn't know. I had seen the kiosks that you can use to pay down your fine. I didn't know that crime stat 3 or higher, you have to go to Grimhex, right? To pay it. And I just tried to go to a random station and I got blown to bits by the turrets. I was like, "Whoops, well, uh, guess I'll go to jail then." Yeah, I thought it stopped. I've had it do that too, to where it just stopped and then the grid appeared and I didn't have all the boxes and I tried to resituate and it wouldn't. It just said that, you know, obstruction. And I was like, man, there's a whole bunch of boxes already on my ship. If I'm not even gonna try to unload and reload them. Did like I just did before. I just drove out into space and just dumped them all. It was a huge pile. I was like, next time I'll just run it into a rock and uh, file a claim. That's all good. Typos is a thing. Yeah. I don't understand why they didn't incorporate the self destruct mechanism on this ship like all the other ones have it, right? So it seems kind of odd to me that they wouldn't implement that. Oh, okay. I've seen people talk about it in chat, but then you can't do it. But it's good to know. Yeah, it makes sense. It's not exactly a small ship, right? So the boom would probably be too much to have it close. Yeah, that's what I've done. Shields off and full speed ahead. Oh, was that a rock right there? Whoops. Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, total chaos. I'm certainly hopeful that they will fix it um, before the bigger ships come out. Well, just because you already see the problem with the whole sea, right? These stations are just overcrowded with people's boxes that they dump right there. Oh yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, could you imagine like a 99,000 SCU at 30 at a time? And if you'd be sitting at the station for an hour just loading, and then another hour unloading, they would almost have to. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, something interesting. Speaking of the one SCU containers, uh, the Vulture, right? It spits out one SCU containers, and if you EVA and situate it properly, I've gotten 39 SCU one SCU containers in the back of it before I've had to go unload it and sell it. And then I got the idea of, oh, well, I have a Connie. I wonder if I could like drive my Connie out into the asteroid field, right? And backspace and then bring my Vulture out there and use it as a cargo hauler, right? Yeah. I haven't stuffed anything in the ladder access, but I've filled up the back all the way to the door, the doorway for the ladder, and then all the way to the back door. Um, but then I was like, oh, that's not enough, and I took my Connie out, right, and of course I left like a Cruise Lux in my inventory, so when I backspace, I could go back to my dead body, and I took my Vulture out there, and I pretty much filled up the Connie with one SCU crates of RMC, and let me tell you, I'll never do it again. Yeah, I mean, it was a great idea, and in practice, I didn't have to keep running back and forth, right, to sell it. But by the time I filled that thing up, man, it wasn't about filling it up. That was great. When I got the Connie back to port to unload it, man, my finger hurt from the scroll wheel of moving those boxes. Man, yeah, it took me a while, man. And I was like, that's just not worth it. Good money, don't get me wrong, but yeah. I don't know if these were here before. It seems like there's more ships just kind of lingering around here. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, that's why with the raft in the Atlas, I got pretty good at that. Yeah, I highly recommend it. As a matter of fact, I'll drop this off, man, and I'll show you what I was talking about. I'll go get my raft. I want to test out the elevators. I just am curious to see how busy it is. It's probably not nearly as busy as what it was um, when I did it.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Just the randomness of that NPC. Yep, copy that. Hmm. I think this is what that guy was talking about earlier. Setting this down to 0. Uh-oh. Welcome back. So I think what that guy was talking about earlier, the speed limiter, right? Like, I can change that up all the way down to 0, right? Oh. As soon as I say that, it's working. That was my second attempt at changing that, or third. Third time's a charm, I guess. Yeah, I figured I'd try it because I did my whole moving around and what I was trying wasn't working. I was like, well, he did say if I set that to 0, it might work. But in fairness, I tried it a couple times and I don't know, maybe I just didn't give it enough time the first couple times around, but hey, whatever works. And just sell it? I don't know how well it'll work. Like, will it consider it stolen? I did that yesterday on one of the, was it yesterday or day before on the resource drive? I tried one of them, grabbing one of the, I was basically just trying to make money. I saw people had talked about, um, yeah, I saw people talking about the resource drive where um, the Caterpillar and the C2 were like fully loaded. So it was given more boxes than what it was supposed to.
Thank you. And please visit again.
Yeah, yeah. So I might try that some other time though, but I did say I was going to show you that, so I don't want to forget. Get too preoccupied. So I grabbed one of those. It was a Caterpillar. Now there were some boxes in there that were marked as like placeholder, so I knew they weren't going to be worth anything. Um, but there was some gold and I forget what else was in there. Hydrogen, iron, whatever they use on those resource drive missions. There was a bunch of it. And I took it all out and I loaded it into the elevator. Now this was at my home port, I think Orison, right? And hey, what's up? Um, After I unloaded it all, man, and it was a lot. I didn't put the placeholder ones in there. I put them off in the corner for the time being. I sent it down the elevator, and then when I went to the kiosk in town to sell it, it was marked as stolen, and I couldn't sell it. And I was like, oh my god, I spent all that time doing that, and then it was just a waste of time. Now I know I could have taken it to like, no, what I ended up doing was the next day I loaded it into my C2 and took it to Grim Hex and sold it. Let's see, I want to make sure. Alright, spindles collapsed correctly. Um, yeah, I'm not sure if that's working anymore. Or mining resource drive? Yeah, I've seen the one that, so that was one of the workarounds with the elevators being broken, is you could accept the mission. Let me look it up here real quick. Looks like a Hurston. Um, this one. Materials required. So there's no limit, right? You can just bring copper, tungsten, or corundum. And whatever amount you bring, they give you per, the payout 803, 1008, and 810, or 1080. Um, let's see. I think I started with like 28 or 27 and a half, 28 and a half mil, something like that. So I had 30.5 million and I bought what did I buy? I bought a fighter. Um, the Gladius. I bought the Gladius, which costed me like 2 point something million. And I was trying to make the money back, so I think I doubled my money. 32.5 mil is where I'm at now. But yeah, so this one was the workaround where you could take this mission, right, and you could load everything up on your ship, and then cancel that mission and accept this one and just use this one to get the reputation. It would count towards it, right? But I've heard they fixed that. You can't do that anymore, so I don't know if it would still work or not. I've heard it doesn't. What would it use? It doesn't have hydrogen on here, so I don't think I would get anything for that. I would have to go to Pyro or Grim, which I don't think. That's something else I want to try too. And all the glitches, man. There was I've had a couple times where I was in route and had a server error, right? And when you come back from a server error, the ship has collapsed. and it had cargo on it, and I was like, oh my god, I didn't know you could close this thing with cargo on it. So I had to open it back up, and then the spindles glitched or whatever, so I had to close it and open it again, and it actually closed with the cargo on it. So I don't know if that's a thing that you could do or not. I haven't tried it yet because I'm afraid it's gonna glitch out the cargo and then I won't get paid for it. But oh, okay, pirates taking advantage of it, huh? Yeah, origami. Hmm. And man, oh man, the learning curves. I tell you, like first getting used to this game and like trying to find other ports and stuff. This one here was a doozy too. Of where are the hangars at? Well, at least at night you can see it's the big flashing light, right? I think they have them at New Babbage too. They might have them everywhere, but was it 18 I was at? I had a really hard time finding the hangars because it was like along the tram line or something like that. I stumbled across it by accident. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Okay. Again, I haven't been there a whole lot, so I haven't gotten used to it yet. It was just like the first time I was there, I was like, man. Yeah, I've had a few moments there too. Like, I feel like I'm missing this one. Yeah, just by a little. Like, I might even be on the wrong side, actually. It's supposed to be on the port side. Yeah, just a little. I really don't like docking this way, but honestly, I completely forgot. I've noticed it seems like these elevators are taking a lot longer too. I don't know what they did in the most recent patch, but like hotfix wise. But I know elevators have always been an issue, but they're slower lately. Ah, went the wrong way.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Alright, let's see here.
Your vehicle has been delivered following the pace.
And I'll show you a couple things that I got in the resource drive, yes, or the Onyx facilities. The Geist armor core. That's probably the best thing I got out of it. I got some arms. legs, but they're not the ASD stuff, right? This helmet's kind of cool looking. Some more legs. Not a lot, but I was trying to kind of focus on getting the missions done, the objectives. Some more arms and stuff. Some of this stuff is from the resource drive, right? So backpack, core, it's all like the different factions, right? You got red for Hurston, blue for Crusader, and the light blue for Microtech. Ah, more elevator bugs. You know, hey, it's fine. Well, that's coming up. I think. Oh, never mind. Yeah, less stress today. You're right, babe. Nah, well, you know, looking over my shoulder or waiting for NPCs to respawn right on top of me or behind me, or the difference between today and yesterday. Hull Sea hauling versus Onyx facilities. That's the biggest difference right there. No, the other Atlas is the Geo. It's for the mining. Yeah, and in case you haven't noticed, I like blue. That's also one of the rewards from the drive is the you get ship paints for certain ships. So I put the blue on the raft. The raft is normally orange like the Atlas. So, you know, I usually try and put it like right by the oh no. I put it too high up. There you go. That's exactly the one I was talking about. It's officially into the ship now. Man, dang it. Whoops. Yeah, blue's my favorite color, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna get that out of there. It's. I'll just have to claim it. Whoops. Darn it. So, don't do what I just did. And also, there is a glitch on that, the Atlas. When you file a claim, it'll be available in the hangar, like right away. Like if you go over here to the, see it's right there. I could pull it out, but I promise you, every time I've loaded that thing up early before the timer hit 0, it just glitches out on me. It doesn't want to work properly, so I always go back over here and double check and wait for the timer to hit 0 before I load it up. Yep, now it says it's ready. Should have flew the shuttle. Yeah. And I'd say get used to this too. I almost forgot, like when you can load this up and take it to like whatever where you're picking up the cargo, right? But the cargo will take up so much of the grid that there's not enough room to put your Atlas back on the ship. So when you get back to unload, file the claim for the Atlas, and it'll be ready for you by the time you're done unloading. Yeah. I mean, I got in the habit of always taking one with me just in case there isn't one already there, because I've run into that too. You just go, oh, well, you know, people are leaving them there, and then there'll be one when I get there, and then you get there and they're not, and you have to do it by hand. It sucks. See, so there it just snapped into place upside down. Yeah. That's also something I wish they would do with the skins, is change the color inside as well. It's very orange. And just for time and location wise, I'm gonna take one that's close to me, but Crusader, because I'm a Crusader. That's the 101. Yeah. Oh, really? A hangar queue. Really didn't expect that. There it goes, it's opening now. Yeah, that's another reason why I try and stay away from Hurston and all them over there. It's super busy and the queues can get kind of crazy. I mean, this resource drive thing, there was at one point I was like 10 or 12 deep. I was like, oh my god.
Excited to see you doing another contract for us. Crusader appreciates your hard work.
Oh man. What times 100 seconds, you know? Oof. Hmm. I'm already starting to have flashbacks. I see the arrows. They're ships. Abandoned ships and broken elevators. Yep. Couple of rafts. I don't know if they're abandoned or not, but an orange Connie. Interesting. Well, this elevator over here has got the door closed. Guess we'll have to find out. I forgot the elevator's right there. Let's find out if this is even working. Yay! We have a winner. Alright. So see, you can't grab it from there. Generally what I have to do is go back this way. And then bring it down. Now if I'd have positioned myself just a little bit better, I could have positioned my ship a little bit better, but Again, patience is a virtue. I usually wait for this thing to fully like boot up and be ready to go. Alright. I usually stand over here by the control panel. Turn like this. You're facing right in between. Hit the Z key. Then I can turn and look, right? Go all the way up to the front corner. Boom. Click to grab. Click to set it. And again, like I said, I didn't position my ship very good. And you can still walk in this thing while you're in the Z position, right? Without turning. Grab that. The only downside is the last one will be hard to get in because of the way I position the ship. But you can always do those by hand, like get everything loaded up that you already have called up. And two stack it. Alright, boom, it just locks right into place. I've gotten a bit rusty at it, but it's this one that's going to be... yeah, I didn't get quite... It's always good to start off getting the very first one in the right position, which I didn't, so I'll have to fix that. I feel like I shouldn't go too far. You'll see what I mean by that. I didn't get it in the far corner. That's the only disadvantage to this. But if you start off with your max lift, where did I mess up? Because this one, yeah, I didn't get it far enough over. Right there. Makes a world of difference. I gave you somewhat of a bad example. But if you get that one started first, the rest of it's cake. Okay, fine. That was my major mistake right there, was getting that one off. Oops. Now the rest should go real easy except for this one row, the last row. It's the technique, man. If you can get it down, it's way faster. For me, with the Connie, it was just too much on the scroll wheel. Right, this is like click it, point it, click it again. Like if I would have parked my ship a little more in line with the elevator, this would be going a lot smoother too. Yeah, that's the one that. Sometimes you can get it to go, sometimes not. Now it's just going to be stuck. And again, if it's daytime and you can see so much better, the nighttime makes it harder. Just gotta get that right position and it'll go in there. But yeah. If it doesn't fit, force it. If it broke, it needed to be replaced anyway. And again, this won't in that corner. There's just not enough. I think it takes up like 4 grid spaces. It just won't go. It'll act like it wants to, and then it'll just fall. And again, I guess that's on your preference, man. If you're really good at loading up the Connie, then I don't see why you wouldn't be able to just use that. Again, it's going to be uh like 4 of those are going to be off grid though. So me personally, it's worth the money, especially if you haven't whole scene, you've already been making money, man. I mean, what does it cost? 70 or 80,000 for a raft? I don't remember exactly, but well, I guess I should have changed this too, huh? I ain't gonna really use that. Mm, here goes another one of those. I don't know if I want to risk running into that. Actually, it's the side of the planet. Ah, yeah, it's no problem, man. I get it. It's alright. I gave somewhat of a poor example of what I was trying to uh, show you on the efficiency of this ship. Like, if you get it down, it's good. I'm a little bit rusty from the last time, so I have a little bit of issues, but um, mainly the lining up of the cargo and stuff right um, on the grid, because it fills it pretty full. Yeah, yeah. The Z button, so you can look left and right. Easy. Something else I've been trying to get in the habit of too, um, since I've been running like Reclaimer, and after I land, I'll just land and kind of watch the bay doors to make sure nobody comes in behind me, or especially the ones that the doors open above, right? It's such a big hangar. Somebody in a fighter could slip in there. Make sure the doors are closed, and then no, but I've heard of people doing that, and I don't know how that would work. Like once it closes, don't they get trespassed because it's in an armistice zone? I don't know, but um, I've seen another video where a guy was very cautious about that. Hmm. Actually, I think I'm gonna use the other one. The other one's closed and has the lights flashing, so well, that one does too. But the kiosk is gonna be over here. Oh, bounty hunters.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Please visit us again.
No, it used to be before this update. I would have to send the elevator down anyway, or uh, yeah, and it would take time. But now most of the elevators are already in a down position. Yeah, I mean, you're not doing that great of a job if you're chasing and die, right? Chasing the bounty and you end up killing yourself.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Yeah, looks like it's ready. You can tell this is the station I was using when I was doing the Onyx. That's all the other stuff, meds and stuff that I picked up from the Onyx facility. And yeah, the whole speaking of the grind, now I'm remembering. At the time when I was doing this, you couldn't stack on the elevators. You had to do like one row and then send it down. Like the first time I did that and didn't know, it got all stacked and then boxes just disappeared. I was like, where'd the stuff go? Now I don't have enough to complete the contract. Oh, yeah. I didn't know if that was normal or what. You're talking about the battery, right? Like, I've never had to replace the battery in my Max Lift. Yeah, I don't carry them either. That may come back to haunt me one day, but I mean, when it comes to backpack space, you know, if it's unusable, then I'm not carrying it. I still didn't get that stacked on there properly. No, I'm not gonna unstack it. Hopefully I can fit all this on there. It'll be fine. Or not. Yeah. But you can see how much faster this is already, even with the minor setbacks I'm having with the positioning. Like, versus doing this with a max lift, the scroll wheel and all that. Uh, it's a huge time saver. And even like the Connie I know has a built-in uh, yeah, I know the Connie's got a built-in tractor beam, but it's kind of the same, right? You have to grab it and turn it, and yeah, I mean you have to scroll a little. You can see where I'm trying to position it on the top here, and I have to use the scroll wheel to kind of nudge it back. And if you go too far, then you have to start over, which again I might have to send some of this and come back because I didn't get it uh, centered properly on that second row. Yep. I'm gonna have a weird stack now. Yeah, if I'd have got that on there right, man, and it would have made it in the first try. Well, I only got 11 more boxes. I didn't get that one moved over far enough. Hopefully this will still work. It did in the past. Like, it's going to take these, and then when I get the rest of it on there, it'll finish it out. Yeah. When the elevators got broken, I was taking a different mission. Uh, there was a bunch of people doing that recovery one too, so you know it wasn't always available. There was one that I learned was really fast. Now you get less SCU from it, reputation wise, but it was taking me like 15 minutes a run ish. Uh, I forget the name of it, but basically, now see, here we go. Here's the annoying part of this. So now it doesn't want to put the stuff in the elevator, right? Like it's hitting this barrier and won't go through. It's annoying. And somebody told me just run in the elevator and run out. But I've always had to like, even the max lift to do it. See, it wasn't grabbing it. See, it won't go through, even from the inside. So then you have to kind of stand in the middle and move left and right. It's happened to me a lot this recent patch. And it's not just like the max lift, it's also this thing. Like now it's going to target them. I don't know what the what it is that clears it, but maybe it's just getting on and off the thing, but now it's working fine. Wow. Okay, so don't do it that way. Well, previously, when you couldn't stack in the elevator, you could put one row in, send it down, and it would work. And then, did it somehow end up over here? I don't see it. Wow, this resource drive thing is just buggy, man.
I will mark that contract complete.
Oh,
Thank you
thanks.
so much for all your hard work. It's
Complete.
a genuine thrill to work with you.
I did get it. Wow. Well, at least I got it, but yeah, very annoying. I thought it was going to checkbox everything and say that it was done. Yep, still got it. Completed. I guess I should have looked in my journal to see if it, like, gave me the resources or not. $28, $26, and I got $29, $26. So it's 100 over. I don't remember what it was before. Yeah, honestly, the elevator's just so annoying about it. Um, and again, it's more the ones on the planets, right? Because everybody's using them, and if they're overloaded, there's no workaround other than there has to be no people around that elevator within like 30 kilometers for a, I don't know, a set amount of time, 10, 15 minutes for the elevator to like reset. And good luck with that, because what are you gonna do? Go in global chat and tell everybody to stay away? Sure. I mean, I've seen people griefers doing it on purpose. Like, I watched a guy in a, I don't know what kind of ship it was, but he had a tractor beam on it. It wasn't a raft, and it wasn't a Connie. It was like a fighter. It was a smaller ship. But anyway, he took a box that somebody was trying to, like, there was so many people. One person would like throw all the boxes out of the elevator, and the other guy would be putting it on his ship. A guy grabbed like two boxes off of the pile, and they somehow didn't even notice, and he set them on top of the building of the elevator, and then the elevator was broken. I was like, that's how they were overloading it, and I think griefers were just doing it on purpose to ruin everybody's experience, which I don't get that, but um, luckily the raft also has uh, a tractor beam, and I just flew over the top of it. Actually, I think I was in my Connie at the time. I just flew over the top of the building after he left and took the boxes and chucked them way out into the planet, like way far away. I was like, man. Yeah, me neither. I mean, I don't understand the fun in it. Like, I mean, at some level, if you're sitting there pointing and laughing, then haha, you're getting a kick out of it, right? But if you do that and then you leave and you go to the next one and do it again, you're not even getting any satisfaction of seeing somebody like frustrated, right? You're just doing it everywhere. It's crazy. Beyond comprehension to me.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Oh, let's see where I'm at here.
Your vehicle has been moved to off-road.
Whoops. I was a little close to the edge there. Oh well, it'll be all right. Have you ever fallen down into the elevator? Yeah, it'll buff out. It's fine. I know it has a caution strip, man, but one time I was standing here, I kind of did one of these numbers and was looking down, watching the ship come up, and I literally fell to my death. I was like, wow, I didn't realize I was that close to the edge.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
Oh, jeez. No, I'm just curious out of my own personal curiosity of whether or not they've patched this other or not. There's another mission you can grab um, boxes. You don't even have to fight the enemies, you just snag them from the air with the tractor beam. Yeah, this is the one. The 150K large goods recovery. Okay. See if I can grab it manually, maybe.
Crusader and the Empire thank you for undertaking this opportunity. I appreciate you.
Oh. Slight workaround. These ones got glitched out too, where it would either change the amount of boxes or they wouldn't spawn. I almost forgot. Sometimes these things will have turrets. Best to fly in low. Yeah, I feel the same way sometimes. I love the game, and no matter how many bugs it comes and throws at me, and workarounds or not, I still love playing it, man. This is one of the best games in a long time. The best games out there right now, in my opinion. Mm. Oh, come on. Well, kind of looks like we're gonna have the same issue. So it's supposed to be boxes are supposed to spawn here, like 10 of them. Again, I say you don't have to fight the NPCs, but you get close enough, they'll shoot at you. I did have this figured out. To get just right and shoot them with the lasers. Sometimes if you kill them, a few of them, it'll spawn the boxes. There's some of them. Usually it shows a target though. Like I feel like those are left over from somebody else, and there we go. Yep, there we go. So now it's a matter of just getting the right angle, which at the moment I don't remember. Yeah, it wasn't spawning them at all. I got it though. Like I said, sometimes if you kill a few of the NPCs, they'll spawn. Oh, dang it. I forgot to open the cargo. Normally I do that from the control panel before I even get up, but it's been a little while since I've done this, so I forgot all about it. Okay, so last patch it was 10 boxes, right? It would say 10 of 10 or 0 of 10. Now it's just saying like 100% or not. Whoops. I got pretty good at doing this one too. Thanks. I've done that a few times, dumped it off the back and had to catch it. Oh, I forget, I saw somebody say something in the chat the other day about the, how did they word that? The kind of rubber bandiness of the tractor beam, and somebody said there was a way, there was a button you could push to not have it be so bad, and I don't remember which one it is, but I got used to it. I did want to try it, but again, I don't remember, and I'd have to go looking through settings. Q. Yeah, I think you're right. It is. It's Q. It like stabilizes it or something. Hmm. I'm not sure I like it. I'm not used to it. Hmm? Happy. Yeah. I do believe that's it. Yeah. 2 rows of 5. Yeah, now it says deliver 0 of 10 cargo boxes. I've had that thing switch to like 11, 12, 14, and then, I only have 10 boxes. I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do now? Maybe they fixed it. I think that says 67, and I don't want to take any chances. Uh-oh. Uninitialized I'm not sure what that means. OMs, danger zones. Ugh. Speaking of, there's somebody's carcass. Whoa. I'll probably do like one more run. That's the disadvantage to this mission. That when the elevators used to be open, you could just hop into the turret there and uh, move stuff. Now you gotta get out and like bring an elevator up. Honestly, I'll probably just do it by hand since I'm already out. The fact that it says uninitialized still make me a little nervous. I can already tell it looks like the grid on the elevator is messed up here. It's not. I might be wrong. Didn't look like it was showing the snap 2 placement. Yeah, see, I don't think it's showing it right there. That's not snapped in. I mean, in cases like that, technically it should, even though it's off grid, but I don't trust it enough to be like, yep, send it. If it isn't locked in, I'm gonna find a spot to lock it in and set it down. At least you can stack them now. Come on, don't get stuck. There we go. Yeah, I didn't have it back then. I've had that happen in the elevators. Like where it disappears or whatever, and you have to Alt F4, and then when it loads back in, like half the car goes out of the elevator, and I just send it anyways, and it all goes down, but it just looks weird. Yep. Confirm. Now that one's relatively easy, but you have to do like 4 of those to equal 1 of the cargo haul I did with the raft. But I mean, I was at that point where like something was better than nothing. Yeah, I think that's when I started. Sorry, I said 4.0 earlier. It's 4.1. This last patch to 4.3 was my first one. Now I'm just gonna try. Where is it? Journal. I want to look. No, is it stopped just because I've already hit max? I should have got something for that, and I'm pretty sure I'm still at 100. 29.26 out of 28.26. Alright, copy that. Here we go. Calculating.
I was just wondering if you can help us out with the contract. I'm really thrilled. Good luck out there.
Oh. So now it's all just hanging out outside? I wonder if they did a hot fix for that, because it used to be you could just get in it and fly the ship back. I really don't feel like, because there's no guarantee it's all there. I don't want to pick up all that stuff. Yeah, I think that's going to be a abandon that one.
I just saw that you're unable to complete the contract. I hope everything's okay. Talk soon. Thank you for taking on this job. Every single one of our contractors is a valuable contributor to Crusade. Good luck.
Uh-oh. Boss man in the house. Yeah, last time I had to do these missions, I actually had to fight. I mean, you didn't have to. You could EVA out and get in the ship and fly away before getting destroyed. I always fought. I just enjoyed the combat part of it. Kill the aggressors and then take the ship. Good, this one's a C2. I probably could have just went to the elevator, but it's fine. Yeah, so this thing's packed full. Now are all these like resources or some of them placeholders? I don't know. I'll find out when I get back. I don't want to go messing with them before I fly. Yeah, much more calm this time around.
To Singular Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
Yeah, it says obstructed.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. 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 Shields on.
Oh, yikes.
Landing gear down. Landing gear up.
Yeah, I've done it. Whoops, that's not my hangar. It was around there somewhere. Open. Oh. Oh, I didn't see it. I might want to grab that. You're gonna get interesting. Oh. Okay, quartz. So I know I was 100 over, and it might not give me any more points, which I guess would defeat the purpose. But I've heard you're getting like people are getting like 400 and something per C2 load towards the reputation. I mean, this one, me personally, man, if I was you and had to do this again, I would definitely go this route. You can get it done way faster. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, could try it. Again, I don't think it's going to give me anything. Anyway, I will try it. Just take the other mission and cancel this one before I send it down. Oh. Yeah, that one's the one I don't know. I heard they fixed it, so you couldn't use it that way anymore. Mm-hmm. Get in there. Nope. Again, the disadvantages of using this with a C2. Oh, I thought there was another spot there. Uh-oh. Alright. Now it's deciding to put that magic wall up where I can't put the cargo through, so... Yep. It's fine. Time to just start chucking stuff. forget what it's stuck on, but it's fine, whatever. Come on out of there. Okay. Uh-oh. Almost like I felt the surveyor coming on there. I was trying to holster it. There we go. Oh man, the same thing's gonna happen again. Flip right through the ramp. Okay. What a mess. Got it all. Well, it's letting me target that stuff now. Let's see if I can put this stuff in there. Alright, good. Oh man, come on. Well, at least all this stuff was like decent resources, and none of it was like oh, what do you call it? Placeholder. Come on. Aw. Whatever. There might have been a few over there. I think I got it. And I'll probably just manually load these. Amazing it didn't want to go down there before, but no, well. It's fine. This one will take it. Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna look. Like, I don't know what how much reputation it says you're gonna get. It's between 100 and 125 SCU, but I don't think it was. Maybe it was that much. But let's see, Crusader. This one, right? Yeah. I'm just gonna see if it works or not. And then oh, Crusader. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. 3115. 3115. Let's see
So
if
that
I get
makes
anything
your
out of
name
it.
up off the contract list. I think you're doing a great job. Just as a ping you pulling out that contract. I don't really know. Hey, it's okay. We'll figure out something.
Well, so that didn't work. 0 SCU delivered. Oh, I got one conundrum, but yeah, that's definitely not the way to go. Yeah, if you're gonna do that resource drive, man, I'd recommend doing the Hurston so you can get the that stuff will be binded to your account, by the way, so you'll get to keep it. But I would do Hurston, that way you get the bonus if you're only gonna do one, and get the raft. You know what I mean? So, um, but yeah, I think that's gonna do it for my stream, man. Hit that like and subscribe button. I appreciate you tuning in. Until next time, keep on gaming.